Hello. Hi. Welcome in. How is everyone? It's Wednesday. Halfway through the week. Let's go. There's a shrine right there. Prem, how was your day? Chris, I don't know if you're still here, but how was your day if you're still here? I'm gonna go there. Wait, there's one right here too. Oh, there's so many. Let's go this one first. Have I done this one? I think I have. Let's go this one. It was okay. You're off till Monday. Let it go slow. Oh. Honestly, it's such a doom and dread feeling knowing that, like, your vacation or your time off or whatever is about to end. Ooh. There we go. Astro, I did catch it. Thank you. Astro, how are you? How was your day? Amazing catch also? Mm-hmm. New glitch dropped. What? A dupe glitch? No, really? Like, really? It is currently noon. It is. It's currently high noon right now. Really? Is it easy? Is it easy? I'm not enough in the story for it? What does that mean? It involves a multi-shot bow? A specific multi-shot bow or any multi-shot bow? So, like, this? So go get one. You have 3? Oh, so it's not the bow, it's a location? You don't have the location unlocked? What's the location? Is it the Lost Woods? It is. Spoil? No? Is it... Is it in here? Snappy won't say? Why? Not in the castle? Name every location, you'll get it right eventually. Is it in Central Hyrule? Is it in Necluda? Is it in Lanayru? Is it in Farron? Is it in Gerudo? Because you don't want spoilies. But, like, how heavy story spoiler is it? Like, it's just a location, dude. I'm just curious, like, if I've been there. Like, maybe not story-wise, but maybe I've been to the location. I haven't? Wow, okay. Gloria, hello, welcome in. How are you? Okay, fine. Are you gonna tell me? Okay, what are we doing? Let's do. You're fine. That's good. Fine's better than bad. Obios Hollow. Never even heard of that. Under Dueling Peaks? Interesting. What's in there? What's in there? There's a chasm in there? That's helpful to know. Gloria, what did you do today? Did you do anything fun today? What'd you eat? I always have to know what everyone had to eat. What everyone have to eat for dinner. Tell me. There's a chasm there where you can glitch it, but you can't get it until a certain point in the story. And you're not there yet. Interesting. Alright, what was this? What am I? Jailbreak. Okay. What did everyone have to eat? I have Mexican. I have a quesadilla and some rice and beans. Bugles? Bugles are good. Are you eating them just dry, or do you put dip? I have an idea pop up in your mind. Would I like to listen? Sure. Very cool. I would like to go here. Alright. Jailbreak. Jailbreak. What are we... Oh, I get it. I get it. I understand. Why can't I grab it? Okay. I couldn't see beneath me. Why can't I grab it? Why can't... That should be close enough. Okay. Let's do this then. Pull you over. There. We'll do this. Nope. I said up. No. Up. Thank you. You've never tried them with dip? I like them with, like, ranch dip. A good old ranch dip. Alright. Grab this one. You haven't eaten since this morning? You should probably eat. Okay. So there's up. You would, but not hungry. Does your meds like do that? Do your meds make you not hungry? Because my new anxiety meds make me so snacky. Like all the time, I'm like, oh my god, I need to snack on something. I'm so hungry. That will work, right? Yes, because gravity totally works like this. Oh, jeez. Oh. Well, I see why it's called jailbreak. That's funny. I was kind of curious, like, why it was called that. Wait, does it not go through bars? It has to. Closer. There we go. I mean, it helps with, like, being snacky, but it stopped making me not hungry a while ago, but some days I'll just straight go without eating and just be really thirsty. Well, that's just dehydration and your body literally just needing the water, but you can technically go a couple days without eating and you're fine. I mean, don't do that, but you technically, like, will be fine. Wondering if I'm interested in digital art so I can make a profile for you in your style. Gloria, that is very nice, and while I appreciate you asking, I have an artist that I love very, very much, and I have been working with her for 3 years, and I'm good, but thank you. In the hospital fairly commonly for... Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thought you were talking about me. I was talking about you. I was talking about you. Being the artist. You are. you're the artist. Oh my gosh. Okay. Have I really, like... Oh, it's Proving Grounds. You make the greatest digital art. Speaking of making the greatest digital art, how's my video coming along, video editor? Video editor. Keep those. They're normally resistant to damage. They can be weakened. Fire or water. See, yeah, it says it. It says fire or water right there in the help screen. Chris is like loving loving this. Like this is 2 streams in a row. Like this is wild to me. Since when is like soliciting streamers while they're live? Like why is this the thing? They've been multiple. What video? Well, I asked you to do the Dead Island video, but that's like long past and overdue. I've already turned like all of that stuff in. And then I thought you were making one, I thought you were making like a cut of all of our stuff when we played Overwatch with Gigi. And she said that, she was like, get triggered, bitch, about Matchbox 20 or whatever. Because we all clipped it. All of us clipped it. Nope. Too far. This is, like, ridiculous that I am just going over jumping every time. What the hell happened there? I feel like I don't want to be rude. Like, I really, really don't want to be rude. But I feel like every time somebody new comes in, I'm just gonna be like, hi, welcome in. No, I don't need emotes. Because, like, I've gotten zero new chatters in the past, like, month that haven't been artists trying to sell me art. You got a phone call, so I missed everything you said after Overwatch? Oh. Oh. Why is this not counting? I'm getting so annoyed. Oh, I said I thought you were making, like, the cut of, like, all 3 of us when we were playing Overwatch, and Gigi said that Matchbox 20, like, something about Matchbox 20, and you got all, like, triggered. Because we all 3 of us clipped it for you. Alright, this is like dumb that I can't get this Korok to activate. Aha! No? There's no way. I've never seen one of these Korok circles be so particular. Oh, I don't need this. What am I doing? I have my winter outfit on. I have my winter outfit on in Goron City. Wow, look at me. I'm clearly doing it wrong. I mean, well, we know I do everything wrong, so... Like, that lines up. Astro, how many wells do you have? How many? I had troubles with those too. But I felt like, in Breath, like, as long as you, like, made it in the circle, it counted. This one I feel like is being very, very particular with, like, how far into... See? Ah! I'm in... That was in the circle. That was in the circle. You know why? There's nowhere else. It's gotta be here. Why do you think? Yeah, but see, the last one I dove, and this one he just jumped. It doesn't have, like, a dive prompt. So... Yeah, hold on, I'll see. I'll see. So, like, the one I did before this previous one, he dove. But then this last one, he just jumped. And you can't, like, if there's no prompt, you can't control it. Glive, then dive? Glive. Glive, then dive. Alright, let's try. Yep. There we go. Go, 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 go. There we go. But I don't remember the Overwatch one. Yeah, she said something about, like, Matchbox 20. I think she said something about, like, Matchbox 20 is, like, the same as, like, Nickelback or something. And you were like, oh my god, I am so triggered right now. Take that back. And you, like, yelled at her or whatever. And she was like, get triggered, bitch. But then Yaga and I are just like, like, our faces was just, like, so ridiculous. Hold on, this is a work text. I remember saying I'd do a video, yeah. Okay. Work texts. Shouldn't be bothering me. Yeah, we talked about that one a long time ago. And then you also, you wanted to make a video of the forest thing. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Overwatch one was one that, like, we talked about a long time ago. And then the Redfall where I died, yeah. You've been doing great making all of your ideas. There's so many lizards up here. Did I get this bird yet? Let's see. Ooh, it's a golden sparrow. No, turn your face again. Oh, you got fat. No, come back. Good enough. Barely remember this morning. You think No, I don't. I don't. That's why I'm reminding you. I'm like, yeah, we talked about it a long time ago. Okay. Wolfie, hi, welcome in. Get another bite of my food. I have food right here. And it's still warm. It's still warm. It hasn't gotten cold yet. Remember painting in detail? Yeah. Yeah. Wait, where does that go? It's way over there. So according to my research, there's one right there. Grind it into a mean kickflip. I don't even know how. I mean, I could technically... Like, I could technically do that. But I don't think you can grind it. Do it, Wolfie. Play alongside me. You can. You guys have way too much faith in me thinking I can do something like this. It doesn't, like, I don't have to control him? Oh, I thought I would have to, like, do it and, like, keep his balance and stuff. Oh. Football grinding. Okay. Okay, this is totally different. I thought for sure, like I would have to, like, keep his balance and stuff. He just does it. Oh my god, this is life-changing right now. Also. Fuse a cart to my shield? That's excessive. I'm doing it. No, I want to kick flip it again. Hold on. So you're saying... No, this way. And then how do I flip again? Like this? How do I flip again? How do you flip again? Oh, why? Oh, my eye. Oh, my eye itches. That's excessive. I'm doing it. Quote it. Quote it. Oh, a dugong in chat. Quote it, Chris. Quote it. This is the greatest thing. I'll do it. I'll do it. There we go. Nice. Hello? Oh my god, stop hitting the wrong button, please. There we go. Alright, so X. What is this? Do I kickflip off this shit? No! How do I get more speed? I need to figure this out. I need to make this jump. This is the stream, guys. This is the stream. How do I make this jump? Oh my god, why is my eye itch so bad? I might have to pause and go. I think I have an eyelash or something. Are those luminous stones? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Alright, I need to figure out speed. He's going the distance. He's going for speed. Hi, Sully. Skydive, glide onto it. But it's okay. It's really, really, really hard for me to time a glide into a shield surf. Doesn't give me any more speed, does it? Do I go here? No. I don't know. I think you can glide while surfing already. Really. You know what Oh. You can't do the bomb jump in this because there's no instant bombs. That's gotta suck for speedrunners. So, I'm going to take a wild guess that this is supposed to be a thing. There's supposed to be a thing here somewhere. It's just a 180. Well, no. I could, so you can do, like, this to get onto it, and then you can do the spin, and then you can just jump from, like, thing to thing. Alright, can I want to figure this out so bad. Can you go in these? You can't go in any of these, can you? No, they're just seeping out of the cracks, but you can't enter it. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Let's think. How do you get speed? I mean, I could try Astro's idea. This is absolutely absurd. Look at this. Look at this. I was just thinking riding a flatboard. No. You can shield surf anywhere. Oh, now I can shield surf anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, but there's no, like, there's no bomb jump. So, like, speedrunners and stuff don't have the bomb jump anymore. Alright, so. It's like a little skateboard. Wait, does this one go faster? Go. Man, I really wish you could get a little bit more speed, though. It's like my little heelys. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. I did finish the Wind Temple. Don't you see Taloon behind me? Oh, but I have to be gliding, don't I? Oh, disappointing. That's the saddest thing that's ever happened to me. It's the absolute saddest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. Meow! I love the little noise it makes. Hi. Okay, so I need to focus on a few things. That's not that one. I need to get some armor sets. I finished the labyrinth. All 3 layers of the labyrinth. The first one. Big wheel. I mean, I know you can't do it forever because I know that they have, durability, but, like, that was, like, real short. Oh, of course it broke after 20 seconds. I know. No fun. But eggs suck. What astronaut place? Astro, you better figure it out for the both of us before they patch it. It has reignited the fire. What if you combine it with the Hylian shield? I don't have the Hylian shield. Not yet. So main story, like... Get it and then build a half pipe? Okay. But I'll be pissed. I'll be pissed when the Hylian shield breaks. Because it does break, it just has a big durability. Big durability. I guess I can go in here and peek around. Since I was supposed to go there before the big reveal and I didn't. I was supposed to go there for the big reveal. Mind broken, Breath of the Wild, part of the reason I quit. But there is a quest to be able to repair it. Which you didn't do because you quit. Alright, where? Oh, right here. Wait, what was that? To surf down over mountains and over and that's it? Yeah, but you can just keep... Like, the Hylian shield is the only one that you can repair. Hamar's Descent? Do you know which region it's in? Descent makes me think that it's gonna be low. I would guess it's gonna be someplace low. Yeah, right here. Okay, check. Oh, yeah? Would you now? Wait, I was right there! Is it gonna pull me to the beginning? I was right there. It has to be by itself. You can't put a command in a, you can't put a command in a comment. It doesn't, unfortunately, it doesn't recognize. Oh yeah, but neither of you can use it. I'm sorry. Have you checked your butthole? Oh, Chris can use it apparently. Oh, cause yeah, probably that's probably a mod privy. Okay, this is a new person we haven't read before. She's playing Tears of the Kingdom wearing a Zelda shirt. For a second, I thought you were about to have some more viewers, but different person. Same shirt? Really? That's so funny. That would have been really cool if the person you were watching Like the other person you were watching also rated here. That'd be really funny. Hold on, I fucked up. Yeah, I can't get out yet. I'm really bummed that I made it literally to the Great Deku Tree and the game was like, no, 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 you're not supposed to be here. Bummer. I am too. We'll make another one though. We'll make a whole army of them. I mean, there's also these. Like there are carts that are like in those little capsules that I could drop on one. Direct to raid, but I hesitated and she raided super fast. Usually she talks forever before actually raiding. Really? I'm wondering if maybe she was just tired and just wanted to kind of end. Sometimes like that happens and I'm like, I don't really want to raid out because I don't want to have to like be polite and like chat and hang out in another person's stream. So those are the nights that I'm usually like, I'm just gonna raid a friend and I'm gonna bounce. Minecart shield with a what? Rocket engine? You can't do, no, I don't, I'll try, but I don't think that you can fuse like stuff that's like built pieces. I don't think so. Yeah, I did the rocket shield the other day. I did the rocket shield yesterday when I fought the Lionel. God, it's so far still. I'll try though. I'll try to see if you can fuse pieces that are built. I don't think you can. Starting out shit. And, yeah, no. I'm 100% for it. I just don't think you can. Like I don't think you can just take. Like I don't think you can take the machines that you've built and fuse them straight to something. Like I think that it's just. I think it's just pieces. Gotta eat my food before it gets cold, chat. My rice and beans. Hi, Steph. Teams of dogs compete for the fastest time without errors in flyball races. I wonder what flyball is. Oh, my chest. How's everyone doing in here? We're doing just peachy keen, jelly bean. How are you, Steph? Steph, how was your day? There's something rolling or moving in here. Yeah, that. Okay. Oh yeah, Steph, you gotta leave. Yeah, Astro's talking shit about you, and yeah, we don't want you to get your feelings hurt or be offended or anything. I knew it. See, Astro immediately stopped talking when you got here. Steph, what did you do? Steph, what did you do? You showed him your pizzies, didn't you? You showed him your pizzies. I knew it. You're like, Astro, I've got a medical emergency. I said feeling, not feelings. As in she's only got one. Marks the event in my notebook. Telling you, Steph. You can't just be given feet pics for free. Notebook is titled "The Times Astra Has Proudly Slighted Me." I know you won't get this reference, but Steph just like writes down this thing and then she closes it and just holds the book up and it says Death Note. She's like astronaut underscore voice. Steph doesn't get that reference at all, but it's fine. Oh my god, how many things are in here? I found so many treasures in here. Is it like Death Cab for Cutie in his Astro the Cutie? That's hurting. That's me hurting to say something. You can send it. Go ahead and DM it. Or am I the cutie? No, it's not a death cab for anyone. It's a death note. Don't DM. I will need to make a new notebook of times that eggnog has slighted you. Oh no. No, you just keep adding it. You just add it to the Death Note notebook. I should probably mention I've never actually seen Death Note. I just know of it. There, okay, what is it? Oh jeez, what is it? Oh my god. Oh no. No, it's so stupid. Have I been in that one there? I have. Okay. Mount Drina. Alright, so I still have to go all the way around over there to get into the Lost Woods, apparently. Which they're not called the Lost Woods anymore? Rock Forest? Death Note is incredible. I have to finish Demon Slayer. Like, I know not to watch the live action. I have the train movie, which I know, the train movie, and I have the Entertainment District on Netflix, and then the new one is on Crunchyroll, so I'll have to reactivate my my Crunchyroll account after I catch up on Netflix. But I just haven't. I just literally just. There's no other reason other than I just haven't sat down and turned it on and watched it. I had time while I was on vacation, and now that I'm back at work, and then Zelda's out, I'm like, I'll watch it later. Okay. I don't want to fight this dude right now. A Hinox, whatever. I don't know how you're technically supposed to say it. I don't know how you're technically supposed to say almost all of the things that are in these games until a character has said them out loud. And then I'm like, oh, that's how you pronounce it. Like, I think I said Helia. Like, Lake Helia. For, like, a long time. Which is funny because, like, Hyrule is pretty straightforward, you know? I don't know how far it's dubbed for new. Yes, they all... I can turn them off. Like, I can deactivate them, but yeah. And then I can, like, see, I can, like, grab any of their powers. Like, see, I can just, like, walk up to them and I can, like, get their powers from them. It's great. It's probably offensive. No, no, no. I know how to pronounce most of them now. But, like I said, like, it's literally called Hyrule. And it's called Hyrule, you know? So why wouldn't I say, like, Hylia, or the Hylian shield? Like, I would just say, like, Hylian, or Helia, or, like, I would just, like, pronounce everything wrong. But also, like, come on. Also, it's Japanese. Like, they're in Japanese first. So, I'm a little white girl. I can't be saying these things. I still want to try the little Korok thing. This has got to be a Korok, right? Yeah. No! Don't gust! What are you doing? I didn't want to gust. I was trying to activate the Korok. Oh my god. Climb this tree. Climb the tree! Yeah, and then they hi-ya when you do karate, so... Yeah, so I should have known, right? Katate? They katate? They do katate. Everybody should katate at all times. No! Stop gusting and pick up the fucking Korok! Alright, I'm turning you off. I'm literally turning you off because there's no fucking way. Dismiss. Goodbye. You annoy me too much. Stop gusting the wind and just pick up this fucking Korok. Why? Why? Hmm. Tulin wasn't the problem. Ooh, Astro, okay. Still doesn't change the fact that, like, I'm just trying to glide, not fucking fly everywhere. Why? I'm literally touching it. Alright, this is... So in Star Trek, Vulcans are from Vulcan and Romulans are from Romulus, so why is Earth still Earth? Shouldn't it be Hume or something similar? Well, I mean, we're Earthlings. But also, like, no, because we're Earthlings, because there's technically not, like, there's more than just humans on Earth. Like, there's animals and stuff. Of course, like, why wouldn't it fucking rain while I'm trying to climb and solve a puzzle? Why wouldn't it? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm literally so fucking annoyed right now that this game had the audacity to rain right now. Like, whatever. It's Breath of the Wild 2. Whatever. But I'm fucking waiting because it's bullshit. So we're sitting here. And this fucking fly. Astro, either backseat or don't. This annoys me. Where's the ocarina when you need it? What is... I mean, the ocarina is not going to do anything. It can stop the rain. Song of Storms technically can stop it. Fucking fly! Sick ramp and hitting the slopes with a cart shield. Alright. Guess I can do that while I wait. Oh my god, every time it flies in front of me, I get a little bit more insane. I like how it gets little. And then it gets big. And then it gets little. And then it gets big. And then it gets little. I didn't get it. That one was so close. I really thought I grabbed it. This is the only reason I'd ever play this game. I think you should, Chris. I think you should. Can I do like 6 flips? Oh my god! Look at me. And Chris just is $70 broker, so he can kickflip on a shield. I saw it for a second, and then it flew out of my line of sight. Whiskash? It's kind of an ugly fish. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Every time it flies in front of my face, I just get more and more irritated. So... challenge the fly to a skate off. I want to challenge it to a die off. Because I also want to die. Which one of us can die first? Probably me. This isn't right, but why the fuck not? Dude, the boogie to the sickest trick lives. I thought I got it that time. Like, like, there's 4 tall ones, there's 4 short ones. There was 3 rocks, now there's 4, but, like, where the fuck do you put them? Like, that's what these sparkles are for. Did I really just miss it? There's no way. Like, that's what the sparkles are. Like, if it's a puzzle, there's no sparkles here. Like, we just decided, like, as a community that we changed how sparkles work. Like... If it's a puzzle, the sparkles aren't there. You're like, you just grab them. What Zonite devices you got? Don't think I have a platform. But I'm like... You don't change how a fucking... You don't change how something functions in a game with no explanation. Like, if you touch the sparkle, you interact with the sparkle, it works. Like, then that needs to be a puzzle and not a sparkle. Like, it needs to be different. You can't have the same thing functioning 2 different ways. I cut a tree and used it as a platform with Rewind. Whatever. I'm not gonna 100% this game just out of the fucking fact that you're gonna change how something functions. No, I'm good. I'm good. Ooh. Nice. This is a Yiga right off the get. Can I land on him? That'd be so great. Oh my god. Could you imagine? Doodle-doo-doo-doo. I was like, where is he? Alright, what's this? I said that. I was like, I wonder if you can do this in the water and it would just like kill fish and stuff. Obviously, the answer is yes. Ethereal. No one has observed their true form. Glory to Master Koga. They quite literally are fireflies. You guys are being a little dramatic. Is there a light route? Yep, over there. Over there. Okay, so are there... Oh, there it is. Are there pieces to be able to make this contraption? There are. Look at that. Look at that. Wait, there's not. Oh, bummer. was like, I lost sight of it again. Can you, please, Link, stand up. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I lost sight of it. It's like right over here, I think. I barely see. It's over here. Yep, there it is. I can see it. Ooh. I'll make this, right? Yeah, I will. I can see the land right there. I can see it. Man, who thought of this? Like, who thought of putting this, like, just pitch black abyss under the entirety of Hyrule? Whose idea was this? I just want to talk. Okay, Lightroot. Finally. Finally! Oh my god, Chris, the most random thing happened today. Well, not today. They like discontinued the license plate that I use, right? So I had to fucking go to the town clerk's office and I had to pay to get a new license plate because they discontinued the license plate I use. What kind of bullshit is that? My registration is not even up or anything. They're just like, no, we don't use that one anymore. Yeah, it told me $45. Just, and they're simply like, no, we changed the design of that license plate. It doesn't look like that anymore. No, I literally had to go and get a new one because they, so I have like a, I have a breast cancer awareness license plate. You know, and then like part of the cost goes to like the Susan Komen, whatever. So I pay a little tiny bit extra to have a cute pink license plate. Yeah, and they're like, no, we don't use that one anymore. So I was like, okay, well, do you like still have like a breast cancer awareness one? And they're like, yeah, here. And it's like, the pink ribbon is like just a little bit bigger. And I'm like, this is absolutely absurd that I had to pay before my registration is up, like before it's expired, because you guys just changed the design of the breast cancer license plate, but like not enough for it to even matter in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Yeah, it was fucking stupid. I'm pissed. Like, I don't have $45 to get a new fucking license plate which I need to be able to drive my car to get to work to make money because my fucking bank account was hacked. Like, I don't have 45 fucking dollars right now, but I needed to have 45 fucking dollars because I needed to change my license plate or I wouldn't be able to drive my car to go to work to make money to pay for a license plate. Like, tell me how it fucking makes sense. Tell me how it makes sense. Explain how it makes sense. Like, when you are struggling, life is always like, oh, no. Everything is gonna go wrong right now. Like, you didn't think this was gonna be easy. What's prompted you to do? Like, they literally sent me a letter in the mail, and they're like, you have until June 1st to replace your license plate because we don't make that license plate anymore. Like, they literally sent it to me like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. And they're like, this particular license plate that you've used is discontinued. It's no longer supported, or I don't remember the exact lingo, but essentially they're like, we don't use this license plate anymore. You need to replace it. That's the thing I want to talk about. And it went good, but many odds are stacked against you. Well, Sully, I have all of my fingers and toes crossed for you. I really hope it works out. He is pulling me in. I've never fought one of these guys before. He's on me. Holy shit. I've never even fought one of these dudes. Like, I didn't aggro him or anything. I just walked kind of near him. A Frox? I don't even know how to fight them. I've never fought one before. Do I shoot him in the eye? That didn't work. Shit. Hold on. Can I do this? Throw a bomb in his mouth? Yes, it can. Eat it. Eat it? Wait, it's not gonna explode? Ah, it did. Okay. Oh, do I shoot his little rocks on his head? He's kind of cute. I guess if you're into that kind of thing. He's funny. Climb. Can I climb him? I can't climb him like a... Oh, I can't. Hold on. No. No, why? Climb. Hit these little rocks. Okay, this one. Oh, my thing broke. Oh. Eat my grenades. Yes. Eat my grenades. You enjoy my grenades in your belly. No, this. No, hit the rock! I almost feel bad, but he straight came after me. This was just pure self-defense. You get up. Alright, what does he drop? Obsidian Frog's Fang. Interesting. Frog's Guts. Frog's Fingernail. What kind of fingies did it have? So gross. Was kind of gross. Those were annoying but easy to fight. So those aren't the worst. A little annoying, but they're not bad. What about toenails? Your toenails. You're a toenail. Oh, you son of a bitch. I hate when they debate at the last second there. No, stop. Are you telling me what I can and cannot talk about on my stream? Is that what's happening here? It's so weird. I thought it said Pixel on the channel. It's so strange. He refuses to game, but he can go to the whorehouse. I know. I know. Astro literally would rather be at the whorehouse than hang out with anybody. I bet you Astro brings his Switch to the whorehouse so he can play Zelda because he's so far ahead of everybody. You're not gonna be home tonight? Damn, Astro. Astro finished college, or finished school or whatever, and he's like, fuck all y'all. Fuck all y'all that helped supported me and kept me sane while I was in school. Fuck all you guys that kept me through all of my overnights at the library and stuff. Fuck all you guys. That's exactly what's going on. Yep. Fuck everybody who has supported him and has been there for him. Yep. He called us chumps. He did. He literally told Steph to get lost. I thought it was so rude. He called me one for sure. I know. Astro has like this insane just vitriol and absolute hatred for Steph. It's crazy. Like Steph murdered Astro's like firstborn child or something. Like it's a big deal. Is it anti-shrine to me? I don't doubt that. Honestly. Why are you doing this? You know why. Don't bibble thump me. Do not bibble thump me. Oh my gosh. Astro. Man. I mean, I knew you didn't like us, but like, do you have to be so just absolutely mean? Man. This is why you don't make friends on the internet, guys. Everybody betrays you and leaves you eventually. And even though I wish I was joking, I'm not joking. I'm not making any more friends on the internet ever again. I learned my lesson. So if you're my friend now, you made the cut. I like how he just sneezes, Mud. How'd that miss? Come on. There's no way that missed. There's no way that missed either. my bow. No. Bow, no. The cruelest? Yeah, you think we're kidding. You think we're kidding. You're like, haha, funny jokes. Funny jokes, haha. It's releasing poo in the bottle. Take a selfie with it? Oh, I probably should actually take a picture of it. I was just literally a second too slow. That's so funny. Stop hitting that button. You haven't thought of splash? Yeah, I did the splash fruit when I fought him in the water temple too. See, this is why he likes to debate like that. To a magic rod? I don't think I even have. Ooh. I do have a long sword, but that's two-handed and I don't want that. I have this. Does this work? I changed to my...
It's Brittany, bitch.
Hey, Britt. Everybody help. Okay. One. And two. Oh, come on, you're so close! No, Riju's lightning does not work. I tried it just a couple seconds ago. Oh, maybe on him. Because you don't have to necessarily be exact. Come on, Riju. Stretch. Oh, shit. I didn't even actually shoot there. Come on, get out of it. Get out. Over here. Nice. I hired an escort to play Magic the Gathering with him. It's funny. I After a while, she built her own deck to bring. Did he get mad? Did she beat him and he got mad? Fuck! There's no fucking way right now. He's got nothing left. He's got no health left. Come on. He flipped the table and shit on the cards. Really? There's no way. There's no way. There's no way that the exact thing that we joked about last night happened. There's no story? What do you mean? Like, we were just joking about that last night. Like, how... Yeah, Steph, there's no story. Yeah, it's just, like, yeah, there are, like, the hit points and stuff to keep track of, but there's no story. It's just a card game, battle game. No, it's not like D&D. Nope. Nope, it's a card game. And technically, like, not to be that guy, but I mean, it's like kind of technically like the DM's job to remember the story, not necessarily really the players. Like, it's kind of like helpful if the players remember, but the dungeon master is the one who's writing the story, so they really have to kind of be the ones to pay attention to it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, how did that happen when, like, that's what we were joking about last night. Like, it's just so funny that the exact series of events that we were joking about happened. The rest I was joking about last night, that's funny. So it was a lie. So what you're saying is you're a big fat phony. You're a big fat phony. Oh my god, I can't pick up this meat label. Astro's a very good... Well, Astro's not a very good liar, but I imagine he's a good teacher of being a liar. Next, I'm gonna learn how to gaslight. I could give you a name that you could learn that from really well. If you're interested. Well, who would know? Well, who would be a good liar if you always think I'm lying? No, Astro. You always think everyone else is lying. And anytime anyone's right, you're always like, oh, yeah, you're right. You were telling the truth. I'm sorry I made you believe I was gonna learn how to gaslight. Listen, I'm sorry I implied that I was gonna teach you how to gaslight. Over here stirring the pot, threatening to drop names. I didn't say drop names. I simply said I could provide her with the name of somebody who could help her accomplish her goals. It's not my fault if other people happen to know what name that is. I shouldn't be laughing, but listen, I've done enough crying. It's time for me to start laughing. Astro is good at gaslighting, that's true. It's funny how I continue to surround myself with people who just gaslight me all the time. It's so strange. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem. Hey, I'm the problem, it's me. It's your superpower? Your superpower is the power of persuasion. I don't know how it works, but it works. Alright, is this gonna function the same way as the other Lost Woods? Nope. Yes. Okay. It swallowed me already? We were talking about getting you into Monster Hunter World. We were going to bribe you with cute cosmetics. Me or Astro? Listen, I played it. I played it with you guys. I just didn't love it. Listen, listen, listen. Like, I just want to be included. Like, even if it's a game I don't like, I just want to be included, okay? Whoa, world is different the rest. Oh, whatever. 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 I don't have money to be blah, 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 blah. I don't have money to be buying games right now anyway, so. Do I just go? Like, do I just, like, not stop running? Do I just go? Nope. I don't have... Like, I don't have fire. Like, I don't... World is so much prettier. Interesting. I just, like... I don't know, the entire Monster Hunter franchise just seems so repetitive. And I know Astro, every time I say I don't like a game because it's repetitive, Astro likes to call me out and he's like, but you play these games. Okay, but because I like one type of game that happens to be kind of repetitive doesn't mean I like other games that are repetitive. Right, I don't have fire. I just think it's not a repetitive factor, I think it's something else. No, it is. I don't like doing the same thing over and over and over again with nothing changing. I think every game is repetitive, even shooters. I mean, I agree. But just because, like, there are some that are repetitive, it doesn't mean that I like everything that's repetitive. Like, okay, a shooter is a shooter, and you're gonna be shooting at shooter, like... Right, that's the point of a shooter, is to shoot at shit. But, like... There's nothing different about Monster Hunter. You go, you find the monster, you kill the monster. You go, you find the monster, you kill the monster. Like, there's not... there's not levels or story or like it's just you load in, you find the monster, you kill the monster. You load in, you find the monster, you kill the monster. Like it's why is Tulin over there? Okay. I don't... Why is he over there? Oh, now he's here. I'm at a loss. Like, I don't see any indication of how I'm supposed to figure out where to go. Like, it's not It's not functioning the same way as it did last time. And I don't see anything. Like, there's no wind, there's no lanterns or flame like there was last time. And as soon, the second I venture off the path, it just takes you. Like... No, I want the game to present the solution. I needed to just walk around for a second before I lose my mind. Okay, so you can make it in here. No, you can't. Okay. So... Let's like, what's anything different? See, there are some trees that have leaves and some trees don't. There's no wind. There's no flames or like little dust molecules that are blowing in any direction to tell. There's no lanterns or lamps that I can see. Listen, there are people that I know are playing this game that have figured this out. And if they can figure it out and I can't, I'm uninstalling this game. Because I have seen some people be very, very, very bad at this game and figure this out. I don't see anything. I don't, like, I'm trying to just kind of, like, gather my cool, but, like, I don't see anything. I see nothing that is, like, giving me any direction or any, like, indication. Like, this is the, see, it's gonna get me. It's gonna take me just because I didn't move. So, okay. So I feel like I have to keep moving, which is one thing. But keep moving where? Because if I go in here and I start moving and I start going, he's just gonna get me at, see? Okay, so what if... Alright, is there anything... Like, does it have something to do with the trees that have leaves on them? Because there's, like, one here. There's one over there. That's not it. That's stupid. If I have to leave and get a torch and come back, I'm gonna be so annoyed. See, but that doesn't make sense because unless you've played Breath of the Wild, which I'm assuming they are assuming most people have, you wouldn't have known how to get into the Lost Woods in Breath of the Wild. So, if that's how you get into the Lost Woods in here, there's no indication that you're supposed to be using fire to do that. So, I feel like that's not it. But I am out of other options. I don't know what else to do or what else to try. So we're gonna try the same thing that it was in the last game. And I already know that that's not gonna be it. Because there's no other ashes to show that that's what you're supposed to be doing. mean... Like, am I supposed to be... Oh, wait, I need a picture. I need a picture. Ah. I don't remember what I needed a picture for, but I needed a picture. What is that? A choo-choo? A choo-choo, yeah. I'm trying to think, like, I don't... Do I, like, blow the mist out of the way? Like... I'm just really annoyed. I'm so annoyed that I was able to fly literally here. I was able to fly and almost land there before the game, like, despawned me or whatever. Oh my god, that scared me. Really? How many times? Like, thank you. How many times did I fucking hit A? Jeez. Okay. This isn't it. There's no way this is it. Yeah, this is not it. Okay, let's start thinking of stupid stuff now. Let's start thinking of the most absolute stupid things we could possibly think of. Right, how many shields do I have to destroy? Wonderful. Alright, so let's try a fucking fan. I don't know. This isn't it. This isn't it, but whatever. I think that's fine. Yeah, see, this is nothing. This can't be. Yeah, okay. Let's try a light. That's not it either. Like, none of this is right. Like, I know none of this is right. Oh, see, that one actually looked... Just destroying all my shields. I can't go anywhere. Okay, so, like, keep moving. I get that. But I don't know where. Like, so if I spawn in and I just stand still, it'll eventually... No, because I just spawned in. That would be unfair. If I, like, move. Yeah. Okay, so keep moving. I understand that part. Okay. I'm wondering if this is like a Destiny situation where it's like I just have to find the archways and I have to like run from like one archway to another archway or like safe spot or something. Here. Right, is it not walking? Is it just, or is it not running? Is it just walking? Is it even worse than that? Is it sneaking? No, that immediately. Okay. So keep moving to find the right place to go. Okay. It like clears out for like a second, like here. Nope. Anyone who knows me literally at all knows that if the mechanic of this game or the mechanic of this puzzle is about to be to remember exactly which direction to go and do it perfectly each time, it's not happening. Like if this is a go left, go left, go left, go right, go left, go right situation, it's not happening. Why are you Bible thumping, Astro? Like, you know the answer. So just, like... Stop. There's, like, I just don't see anything. Like, I don't see anything. I feel like it's not gonna have anything to do with any of the sage powers. So, like, that's out of the question. Because like, people would do this out of order. So it's not, the answer is not a sage. It's not fire. It's not just moving. It's not flying, because if you fly, you still get teleported back. It's nothing to do with the Master Sword, because you're... Spoiler alert, you're going in here, supposedly, you're supposed to go in here before you find Zelda as a dragon. Which I didn't do. Because I found Zelda as a dragon already. It's not something stupid, like... Yeah! 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 I like how I threw it on the Zonai device. Not gonna be like it's not gonna be like an armor set either. Because again, people can do it out of order. Bro wants mad attention. What's up, Spooky? I know. He's a bit of a chump. I'm very stuck right now. I hope you don't have any plans or want any form of entertainment because I've been doing this for, I don't know, 40 minutes. A super spring? Yeah. I've never gotten this absolutely just completely stuck. No, get down, get down. Nope. No, you dummy. You want him to climb on stuff, he won't. You don't want him to climb on stuff, he won't get the fuck down. don't know. Like, for once, like, I really don't know. Like, I have absolutely nothing. I have absolutely nothing. I have nothing. I have absolutely nothing. I have no ideas. I have nothing. I have absolutely no ideas. I have nothing. You can see that right there. This isn't gonna be it, even though it looks like it's not in the thing. It's not gonna be it. Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh, they're all over there. I see that one in there. Like, I see it. I can't fly into it. Can't walk through it. I thought about going under it, but like you can't, because you can't get close to it. Fire doesn't do anything. Oh, I need fire choo-choos though. These guys. God. Yep, yeet. I needed fire choo-choos. Yeet. Thanks, game. Like, I know it's not. Like, I know it's not, but, like, it looks like there's a break in the smoke right there. But it's just a tease. It's not real. See, because it's not it, but what's the harm in going through one of these towers, I guess? Where am I going? It's the tower right there. This isn't it. This isn't gonna be it either. This is just a waste of time. Oh, I can't wait to just immediately get teleported out of the Lost Woods again. It's gonna be so fun. This isn't it, right? Like, it's not something so stupid like this, right? No, I've been there already. Yeah, this is like Courage Island or whatever. See anything here? See, like, I see this shrine right here. I literally see it. Just let me in. Let me in. There's two of them. I see them. Look, it's literally right here. It's right here, and it won't let me get it. See? Look at there's the lights. Here's the tree, here's the tree, here's the tree, here's the tree. Find it, find it, find it, get it. Nope. Hi, Caitlin. That's not a thing, is it? No. I don't think it is. see anything. I can't see this one like I could the last one. Why do I have, like... Why do I have the feeling that I am gonna have to go from the depths? Yeah, a lot of people have figured it out, and that's why I'm frustrated. People who couldn't figure out simple shrine puzzles have figured out how to get in here, and I can't. Alright, so I need to go... like here. Oh my god. This is it, guys. This is where I lose my mind. I feel like this isn't gonna be it either, but... But what can you do? This is right. Don't... I don't want to even try this because I've heard that it's pretty nasty down there. Like, I've heard Under the Lost Woods is brutal. But I don't know what else to try. I don't know what else to do. I am utterly and completely out of ideas. I feel incredibly defeated right now. And I know it's just a game, and I know you guys are up front like, oh my god, she's being so dramatic. But like, I'm feeling very defeated not being able to figure this out. Here we go again. Okay. Ooh, thought I was a little bit lower than I was. Like, what the fuck is that? That's gotta be... That's Fire Temple stuff, isn't it? That's, like, that's definitely Fire Temple stuff. It has to be. anything.
Yeah.
You can put a fast travel point down in the depth, right? That would be silly to not be able to. Oh, but it's right there. That water? Oh, okay, just glue. It's 18 hours. Wait, total? Like for all the pieces? That's not as bad as the last one was. I'm like waiting for something to come attack me. Yep, there it is. Come on. Keep running. It's gonna be full of hands down here. Alright, here's one light route. We can kind of see. Okay. So I still think it's the thingy over there. Okay. So I still think it's over here. Over there. Wait, is that like... Is that like the roots of the Great Deco Tree? Is that a thing? I can't tell. Oh no, it's just like little seeds that glow. Okay. Yeah, this is the... I think this is the root of the Great Deku Tree. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. But I don't know how it's going to change above. Like, I still can't walk around or anything. There's one more over here. I'm gonna grab this one too. Second fast travel right back over here. that means there's 3 shrines? There's 3 shrines in the Lost Woods? The jiggly bulbs, I know. It's so doofy. There's 4 shrines in the Lost Woods? Because we still have to light up over here. Dang. Dang. Delete that one. Delete this one. So if I keep going, there's gonna be another one over here? Why did everyone... I don't want to know. I don't want to ask questions, but everyone said it was so scary down here. But I, like, don't want to know why everyone says it's so scary down here. There it is, right there. Like, I don't want to ask questions, but I'm also like... This isn't so bad. This isn't so bad. But I don't want to ask questions. I'm like, please, leave me alone. Alright, just gotta make it over there and then we're good. Then we can go back and fast travel. I was expecting like a bunch of like Lionels or I don't know. Like the hands were like scary for a second, but that wasn't terrible, you know? Okay. Alright. Let's get this one and then we'll go back. Oh. Oh, there's a Colosseum over here. Is that what everyone was talking about? Is the Colosseum over here? Right there? Oh, look at it. It's a trapperoonie. It's a little trapskis. It's a little banana trap. It's not a trap. If you know it's a trap, it's a face-off. If any of you have seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I left so many. Lol. Wait, before I do this, is this the Lionel one? Is this the Lionel one? Before I get completely screwed. I can't tell. It's a face-off. I did see it, yeah. What the hell is it? Are they Enochs? I can't tell. Jesus. Alright, let's get our hearts back. And let's get some temp hearts. And save. I don't know. What'd you think? I cried so much. It does change. It changes. See, this is a big guy. I just can't tell if it's a Hinox or not. It looks like it, unless this is something different. Okay. We are the Yiga clan. Yes, I know. I know. I know. Born of the depths. Okay. The Black Hinox. Okay. That Talon was like, fuck you! That was so great! Oh, Talon, oh, that was so good! He immediately crits him right in the eye. Oh my god, that was so good. Boom. It can't be that simple. It can't be that simple. This is a face-off. It's a trap. It's a face-off. I don't know. What? No. But, like, that was very easy. I'm just a little confused is all. I think that one looks best. If it was a different weapon, it wouldn't have been so easy. I think it's supposed to be easy. What? What? He was, like, easier than just, like, a regular boss was. I meant, like, a regular enemy, not a regular boss. But honestly, the fact that Talon, like, literally just immediately knocked him on his ass was probably one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen in my life. He just straight knocked him on his just butt. Oh, it's too funny. Nice catch, Wolfie. Alright, so I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess this is where we need to go. I'm about to like enter inside of the Great Deku Tree. Why can't I move? Oh. Oh, poor thing. Pinecone? Okay. Ooh. This person has Taking the lead. Asmo's song has been slacking, it looks like. Alright, what was this? Swing to hit. What do I do with this? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Go. Hey, Paul, how are you? Why? I want to rotate this thing. I can't. Okay. Why? Okay, fine. There we go. Now, just nice and like there. Okay. Now, you like that? No, it wants to tip over. Okay, it didn't fall a time. Whatever. You're good. Glad to hear it, Paul. I'm always glad to hear it. Oh, I think I need the box. Okay. Okay. Let's... right in the middle. Okay, good enough. Nice. Okay. Now... Interesting. So I have to slide this while making that swing. But what is this log for, I wonder? Ooh, can I use this? To do like this? Okay. And slide. Not swinging hard enough. Ooh, there it is. Oh, it like wants to weeble wobble here. Okay. So if I go fast and then swing and then go back forward, it's not gonna go. It's not gonna go forward enough. All right. I don't think any of this is right. Okay. This probably isn't right either, but we're gonna go for it. Hey, Laws. How was your day? Okay, so then it goes backwards. And then it's gonna swing. and then go back forward, right? No. Okay, I need to get more... more swing. This shrine? Oh no. Is this notorious for being a pain? Because the first like 2 puzzles were fine. This one, not so much. How do I get it up, though? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh, it just took me a second, but I got there. Okay. Now, this one. We'll come back. We'll come back. My brain hurts already. My brain hurts enough as it is. I don't think that's how you're supposed to do that, but that's how we did it. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it. I don't know, but that's how I did it. That's how I did it. Oh my god, my brain is fried. Ugh. Then your random rewind stuff? I don't know. I don't know if that was their if that was their intended, but that worked. Okay. Guess we'll go talk to the Deku Tree, who seems to be infected with gloom. Hi, Char. How are you? Welcome in. So what did you... Wait, Laz, what did you rewind? When you said you did that and you did rewind, what did you... Like, what did you rewind? Like, how did you get something to hit the target? Cleaning your office? Is it a needed to or a wanted to kind of clean? Because those are two very different things. They won't talk to me. Okay. Oh, poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Deco Tree Chasm. Did I already... But I've already cleaned down here, right? Like, I've already discovered all this, right? Yeah. Yeah, Korak Grove. Yeah, I did this. I did this. Oh, wait, this is different. This is... Oh, this is inside. Oh. Ha! No! Oh, come on. Why? I can't do this. I don't have arrows. I legit can't do this. I don't have arrows, guys. Oh my gosh, look at everyone being champs, though. Look at everyone being such champs. Yeah, I have no arrows. Fuck. What do? No arrows? What do? Where's my dazzle fruit? Where's my dazzle fruits? They're there. I can't do this. Like, I legit can't do this. I don't have arrows. Suggestions? Sure. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I don't have stuff to get rid of gloom. Yeah, I don't have stuff. I don't have anything to get rid of gloom. I'm screwed. One bomb. Fire? Does fire hurt you? Yeah. Well, that sucks. Thanks, game! Because if I couldn't do it the first time, maybe I can do it the second time. I don't have any of those. I don't have any of those. Okay. think I just, like, I need, like, a minute. So, I guess we'll go spend all of our money on arrows and bombs. Guys, why has this stream been just like an absolute disaster? Spin to win, two-handle style? Ugh. Bane of my existence. Two-handed weapons. Ugh. Okay, I think I can get rid of these hearts. I think I've finished everything here, too. Like, what was hearts for? Yeah, so this one I can get rid of. This one I can get rid of. What was this? Is it underneath? Is it in the well? Oh, is it a statue and I just marked the wrong, like I used the wrong marker? Let me start for random treasure chest out there. What is this? Oh, it's a little hot spring. That's what it is. That's marked. It's just a cute little hot spring. Random little hot spring. In case you need some heals. In a nice, quiet little spring all by yourself. Yeah, I can buy them from the Poe dealer. The what is it called? The bargainer statue. Is that what you were going to suggest? You know, I did say, like, I did, my first couple streams of this game, I did say that I felt it was more challenging than Breath of the Wild. And then I started to kind of, like, pick up the mechanics a bit, and I started kind of, like, learning different things and whatever. And now I feel like I've gotten to the point again where I'm starting to, like, be weak again, because I'm progressing the story. Oh, look at, he's got a little spark, like a little freckly butt. Like, I'm progressing the story, and, like, so, like, the enemies are continuing to level up as I'm going, but, like, me, Krista, like, I'm not getting better. Like, I'm not, like, I'm not, like, improving skill-wise and stuff like that, so, like, I'm just progressing in the story, and, like, now all the enemies are silver, and I'm, like, running into just all these things that, like, I can't fight because I'm just in situations where I just finished fighting something else and I don't have the supplies. Like, I feel like this game is much more challenging than Breath of the Wild was. Like, you really have to think outside of the box, but, like, outside of just, like, how you would normally play games. Can you grab the plant, please? Jeez. Beetle. Where are you, Biddle? I like how this is like implying that he's just now arriving from where he just was before. Do you feel like overlay is harder, but of course resource management, yeah, and that's where it's my problem is because it's like I literally don't have arrows because I just finished fighting something else in the depths, so it's like I can't. Ignore the first overall. Oh, it's I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna sell some luminous stones because I don't, unless you know of something else that luminous stones can be used for. So far the drop rate on the little beasts that you can feed these to are not worth. So I'll just get more. You don't have a clue? Yeah, so you can feed them to, like, you can feed them to those, like, creature things across from... It's down in Faron. Whatever, there's a stable, and across from it is those, like, little beast things. They're also quite... Right, they have been pretty heavy. Heavily occurring, heavily plentiful. But, I feel like I don't know how to explain it. Like, I just feel like I'm always lacking. Like, I'm always looking for stuff. It's just frustrating. Like, I'm just always searching for supplies. I still need to go find those boys again, but I forgot where I saw them. The... what? The wits. 25 of those guys. Let's sell a few of those. Let's do like 10 of those. Okay. $44 of those. Let's give them 20 of those. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no, hold on. I know exactly where it is. I know exactly where it is. It's here. It's here. So, like, they're right here. Across from, Lakeside Stable. They're right here. Like, I know exactly where they are, but it's just... Like, I haven't found, like, here. I fed them a while ago. Let me go over there and see if there's any drops. Like, I just feel like like, it's just not worth. Like, the amount that they give is just not worth. Yeah, so they are over there. Can't see them right now because of the rain, but they're over there. Yeah, see, look, I fed them a bunch of luminous stones. Oh, here's some zonite. So they did drop stuff, but, like, not really worth. Okay, so here's 2 large zonite. Oh, here's some amber. Some flint. That's all they dropped. Oh, 1 ruby. And some zonite. Yeah. I don't feel like that's... Like, I don't feel it's worth. Here, let me do it again. Give them... Not the greatest. Lakeside, West Dakota. Large zonite isn't too bad for... But yeah, not the greatest. Yeah, like, it's like I said, it's... If there's literally no other use for luminous stones, and, like, this is it, then, like, fine. But, you know, is it worth this process that you have to wait days for? Or is it worth just selling them? Like, I just haven't figured out if there's a like faster way, or like if there's something you can do to like make them go, like I don't know. I don't know. They're plentiful, yeah. Especially because I just sold some and I dropped some for them to eat. Like, it's all good. Alright, what is this? Oh yeah, this is the place that Astra told me that we have to go to, but I can't go to yet. What is this? It's the ring ruins, dude. Alright. Let me go down and go to... Oh, I don't need to. I can go here. I can go to Lookout Landing. There's a Bargainer statue in here. Yeah, right there. Florges. Florges. Oh, crack my neck. Oh, crack my neck. I like Florges. Florges, I don't know. Lookout Landing, Skyview Tower. Alright, I need to go to the statue, which is here? Yes. It's bombs. Yeah. I want the other pieces of all of the, stuff, but... Yeah. Alright, hold on. Oh, yeah. Tell me your brother's location. Yes. Yes. Where? Ooh. Okay. Can I get one more? 100? Holy. How did I miss that one? Holy shit, okay. Alright, give me some bombs. I shouldn't have spent all of that on the map, but it's all good. We can get way more pose later, it's fine. Okay, so right quick, I want to go down here. I want to get this statue that apparently I missed. This one? What? How did I miss that one? Oh no. I don't know. I really should heat up the rest of my food. I might take a 5 and just heat up my food real quick, so it doesn't go to waste. What time is it? Oh, it's only 9:30. Oh my god, I've got so much time still. I've got so much time still. Yeah, I walked past one several times, and Astro was like, go back, and I was like, I'm here, I'm literally here, and he's like, it's right there. was like, oh shit, I didn't even, like, notice that that's what that was. Like, I legit was just like, what are you even talking about? Ooh, I should be doing Zabomba. Zabomba. Ooh, I've got one cannon. Okay. Oh, it's two-handed. That sucks. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Ooh. What have I done? You are a genius, Laz. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You saved me so much time. That's what you've done. You've saved me so much time. No more time being wasted on mining. It says he's like here. Yeah, it says he's like right here. I'll make this, right? Yeah, I'll make this, okay. I'll make it. Interesting. Is he like a large one? Is he a little one? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. What? Wellspring of power? Driver with the pink name? Oh, hi. What the fuck? Really? On Wednesday, we were pink. Oh my gosh, I wear pink every day. Ooh, wait, I got pantalones now? Look at that. We gotta get some pantalones. The little hat is kind of funny, I think. It's about time we wear pants. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me how to live my life. Driver, how was the day? And, you know, the most important question. What did you have to eat? What did you have to eat? Love your shirt? Thanks. Unfortunately, it's Ocarina of Time. Because I don't have a Tears of the Kingdom shirt. It's not unfortunate that it's Ocarina, but it would have been really cool if it was Tears of the Kingdom. It's over here, right? Meatloaf, peas, cornbread, and rice with brown gravy. Oh my god, that sounds so stupid good. Oh, there's a goddess statue right here. Hi. I will take 2 heart containers and a stamina container because I am 1 away from getting another one. Okay. Amazing. Okay. Heart container. And another heart container. And then stamina. Mushrooms? I think I do, yeah. Okay, and then I literally just need one more. So I get another stamina, okay. Alright. Then, right behind us is, conveniently, a cooking pot. So I can cook some stuff. It's not lit, though. So... gotta do that. Is there fire out here? Anywhere? No fire anywhere? Talk. Another thing, you have boomy weapon, so this should go much smoother. Oh, yeah. I can fire with flint. I know, I just didn't know if there was like a lit torch or something out here. My stomach is not well. Yes, I have been inside your stomach. I am aware. No one will talk to me. I have sword. Look, I have it. Oh my gosh. Hold on, they might not recognize me because I don't really look like myself. Hold on. Now you recognize me? Fine. How about now? Now you recognize me? Alright. Flint. I have flint. I also have fire, like... fire. It went down. Nice. Alright, let's make some food. So I need... first thing I need is... what you call it? This. Plated gloom. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't really care to make fancy schmancy stuff. It's fine. Ooh, 15? Okay, that's a lot. I don't really need that many, so we'll do 3. We'll do a couple that are 3 at a time. Oh yeah, that's like that's plenty. Actually, I need to burn the tree. I know. Oh my god, could you imagine? I would literally reload my save and lose everything that I've just done if I accidentally burned the Great Deku Tree. Okay, so hold. Hold. Okay. Go. Okay. 2 of those. 2 of those. Let's do a rice. Let's mix it up. Okay. Let's do one of these. We'll do one of these and some mushrooms. Forest is gone. Just completely just oh my god, I would feel terrible. I'd feel so bad. I would feel so bad. I'm like not making the most like efficient stuff right now and I know it, but I'm just like I don't know what to let's put something fancy in here. Like I just don't know what else to do. Okay, hardy mushrooms. Okay. More of these. Do should be fine, just like that. Okay. Let's do what do we have that's attack or defense? Okay. 2. It's gonna be oh that's okay, that's not enough. 2, 3. You don't want to eat it? Yeah, yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah. What do I have that's defense? This one? Okay. Oh my god, I have so many tomatoes. Like, this is, honestly, for as much as you get tomatoes, this is actually pretty efficient. Like, you get 5, 6, 7, 8, you get 10 hearts? Like, and look at how they're everywhere. Tomatoes are everywhere. It's ridiculous. See, like, 5 apples is what? 5 apples is 5 hearts. 5 tomatoes? Yeah, ridiculous. Wait. 3? Oh, okay. I don't know what just happened there then. Okay, that's fine. What else do we have? Let's do more of these with... Using bananas? Oh, yeah. Bananas are mighty, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yep, good call. Shelmet in chat. I have, like, completely given up on, like, trying to make recipes and stuff that are actually of any sort of, efficiency here. Alright. Okay, that's fine. That's fine for now. That should be at least. Got some hearts, got some bloom, got some stamina, and then I've got a whole bunch of just regular. Okay. Okay, let's try. When you're around Yiga. Yeah. I honestly, bananas are just one of those things that I just, like, I forget what the buff is. Even though they're called mighty, my brain just, nope. Look at Tulin. Because he follows me. Alright. I'm prepared this time. Yeah, I guess this is gonna have to be it. They can grab the sages. That's actually hysterical. Oh, I knew that was too close to me. I knew it. Go. Oh, my bow. Dang, these bows, I feel like the construct bows don't last very long. Okay, here he is. Woo! Alright, I already gotta eat. Alright, let's get our, let's get our 1 heart back so that I can get bonus hearts. Because they don't do anything else. They don't give you any other hearts or anything left, so that's fine. That's fine. And let's do a... They're all 3. Let's do an attack up. Okay, where is he? Ooh, I missed. my god, why didn't you jump the second time? Ooh, I've got 1.5 hearts left, guys. 1.25 heart. 1.25 heart. Huh. 1.25 heart.
Your health is low.
Huh. 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 That flurry rush saved me at the end there. GG scrub. Wow. It's not so hard when you actually, like, have things that can fight it, like arrows. Okay, good. I was like, please don't tell me it's gonna do the thing where it takes you, like, out of here. Is there stuff here? Oh, I should probably heal. Before I do something stupid like fall. There we go. Okay. Oh, what's that? That's nothing? Honestly, I'll say you may have been a little more prepared than you thought. Just confidence gets in the way. No, I had no arrows, and I had no bombs. And there was just like, he was tearing through my hearts. So it was just like, I just didn't have stuff. I just didn't have the stuff. I probably didn't need as much arrows and as much bombs as I ended up getting. But, it was nice to know that I was good, you know? Alright, I want these. I want this. I want this. And I want this. Okay. Let's get these. Let's get these. Okay. That's the bed. That's fine. Oh, Hestu's here? Do I have enough stuff for you? I think I do. I think I have enough stuff for Hestu. It's making things weird. Oh, so now can I go through the whole forest? What did I eat? I had Mexican. And I actually, after I talked to the Deku Tree, I'm actually gonna warm up my food because I didn't finish it. But I had Mexican. I had a quesadilla and I had rice and beans. And it was very, very good, but I didn't finish it in time like I always do. I really wanted Sonic. Like, I really, really, really wanted Sonic. But, money is, like, super, super tight right now. And my mom had gone there, so. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Let's just keep doing bows, I guess. And then we can probably do one more shield, and then we'll probably be good. The P5 is one of your go-tos? That's P5. Stuffing? Yeah. So I have, I got rice. I got, like, instant potatoes. And I got some pasta. Yeah. Rice is really good though because like a whole box is like $2 or whatever, and it makes so much fucking rice. Because like a cup of rice, like a cup of rice makes like so much rice. Plus you can like, you know, sometimes like I'll put like sometimes I'll just do like butter and like salt and pepper, and then sometimes I might put like peas in it, or sometimes I'll put like corn in it, like mix it up. Yeah, so rice is usually my my go-to when I don't really have a lot of choices. Okay, now talk to you. Talk. So it is you. As always, I'm awakening from a bad dream. You went to great trouble to restore me. Thank you. You're welcome. It's been some time since we last spoke. Have you been well? Yes, the last time we spoke was when you came here with the princess to retrieve the Master Sword. Oh, this is memory 1.
It is good to see you, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, and Link, Keeper of the Master Sword.
Yeah, see, he has his hand still.
Your
Rice,
blade
eggs, and spam. Yeah.
has been fully restored.
Yeah, so
Go
quesadilla,
on then, Link.
you know,
Try
tortilla
it
shells are
once
pretty
more.
cheap. Cheese is pretty cheap.
Great Deku Tree. Thank you so much.
September of
There is no need for
2018.
thanks.
Hi, Chaos.
I've merely watched over its renewal.
It is amazing that a sword can heal itself, no matter how badly damaged it becomes.
It can do more than heal. The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes. The potential of this fabled blade may well be limitless. Truly the work of a goddess.
A sword that grows ever stronger. The Master Sword.
Ugh. You have procured, I have, some secret power within it that is stronger than before. What has come to pass? Take heed and do not rely solely upon the past or power of that sword. You must steel your mind and your spirit as well. I'm always here. Should you ever have need of me, you only need to ask. Oh. And done. Recover the sword and done. Alright, I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. And I am going to go to the bathroom and I'm gonna warm up my food. So if you guys wouldn't mind hanging in for just a couple minutes, I would appreciate it. But I'll be back. I'll be back in like 5. Probably less than 5, honestly. But I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm back. Thank you to those who waited. You are the real champs. Alright, so there are some shrines here. So let's go find them. Can we explore the whole Lost Woods now, I wonder? Wait, I saw one of these. One of these Korax has a quest. Not you. Not you. Wait, where was he? Where was he? I don't know where he went. We'll go back and find him though. So see, now it gets weird in here. But I can still explore, right? Didn't really see a place to cross over here, so I guess we'll... Nope, nope. You have to stay on the path, apparently. Oh, I just did it again like a dummy. Oops. So you have to stay on the path, but where is the path? This way? Nope, nope, it's gonna take me. So does this Lost Woods part function how it did in the last one? Where now I need fire? I barely moved. Right, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try the good old fire trick. Nope. Immediately no. Wait. No, I was just looking. How did I just do this a second ago? And I got further, and then I can right now. What am I missing? I didn't move, I just turned around and looked. I'm gonna follow these crows. Alright. I don't have an answer, Wolfie. Do I follow the animals? Oh. Not sure there's any exploration of the woods in this one. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be, but... I thought I figured it out for a sec. Like, I think he followed the animals. But I don't see any now. Like, I thought the deer went that way. That's not it. Majora's Mask takes place in his head as well, but I'm not sure if that's confirmed. I can't say I've ever heard that being confirmed. So I made some progress for like a second, and then lost it again. Alright, where are any animals of any sort? Do I just go straight? Nope. See, I really thought he went here. No, I just wanted to look. I took one single step to look. Alright, so... this one right here has a face. And so does this one. Is that what it is? No, I was right there. Okay, so it's not the faces. I thought it was. I like made some progress and now... See, I can't get that thing right there either. You barely move and you get taken into the clouds. Why not the flower tree? The other flower tree? Like, do I go to that one? Right. Come on. There's one right there. I don't think it always spawns you in a fully safe spot. No, I'll eventually figure it out. It's just every time I think I figure it out, it changes. Alright. This entire night has been frying my brain with puzzles. So I think we're gonna chill in the Lost Woods for a sec. We're gonna take a step back in the Lost Woods for a second here. Because it's just frustrating me. Okay, so what do we have side quest wise? I'm missing this. How am I missing? How am I missing memories? I have all the things. It's gotta be story stuff. It's gotta be. Okay. Oh, a new champion's name? That's in the castle, right? Oh, okay. Let's do this one. Heteno. Oh yeah, it's the dye guy. The dye guy wanted it. Nice catch, Wolfie. It was the dye guy who wanted the Chew pick. Here you go. Here you go. Oh my gosh, really? Hmm. I have a new reference. There we go. Horse. 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 I have a new reference. Lionel. I have pictures that I don't remember taking. No, I remember taking them. Lionel, okay. I have a new reference. Oh, no I don't. Okay, next side quest. Follow the cuckoos in Kakarika Village. It's me. I'm the cuckoo. Imagine if I, like, did everything in this game up until Ganon, or the boss fight that I don't know, and then I just never finished it.
Huh?
50 rupees for my bird eggs? Can I buy my eggs right back? Oh my gosh. This bitch is gonna charge 12 a piece, but she gave me 5 a piece. How rude. Okay, next. Oh, I have 2 more to tell him?
Ah. Oh.
Alright, we're gonna have a stroke. Ready?
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh no, it's not?
Mm. Oh. Ah.
Oh. Oh, this is a different one? Yes, says you have 1 more to tell him about. Wait, is that total?
Oh. Oh. Eh.
What? Motherfucker, Kabugas? Okay. Ready pies and can't visit. If you read what's written on your slab, and what they say. Those ones? Yeah, because this is the other guy.
Oh. Oh.
And I don't have a thing for him yet. Okay. One more to see and then tell him about? Yeah, apparently. Just the wording is strange, right? Like, why would they phrase it like that? There's a blood moon coming, I see it. I feel kind of bad because I don't remember what I'm looking for. So I don't know how to, like, give him what I don't remember what I'm looking for.
You.
Oh yeah, he yells at you, that's right. Right. So about that. Hi, Kaya. The blood moon rises once again. It's different. It's different this time, I know. In the glow of the blood-stained moon.
Oi!
This fucker. I am the hero of time! I don't need you telling me what I can and cannot do! This man doesn't even know who I am. Now who's gonna stop me? Now who's gonna stop me? Not you. Alright, what am I looking for? Stone slabs. And I found 3 of them already? Nope, nope, nope. I feel silly because I don't remember what it is I'm supposed to be looking for. Apparently I've found some already. Hello. Hello. Oh, a thing I need.
Ah. Oh.
Wake up.
Oh.
Hey. Wake up. Demon King, vast power, no hope, victory. King's own life. Manage, imprison him. Imprison, not indefinitely. Prepare, demon, revival. We sages must leave our knowledge, future generations. Reading between the lines, the stone slab seems to be a record of how the king in these days challenged the Demon King. The reigning king determined that they were no match for the Demon King and gave his own life to imprison the threat. The sages tried to leave something for the people of the future who would have to prepare for the Demon King's revival.
Oh.
Have a truffle. I'll have a truffle to give to him. 5, okay. Da-da-da. Okay. I'm just gonna guess I need to, like, give this person a truffle from somewhere. Oh, oh, oh. No, oh, can you face this way, please? Thank you. More arrows. Yeesh. Specialized in studying the Sky Islands. Okay.
Huh?
Since you're here, I'm happy to answer questions as long as they're about Sky Islands.
Oh.
Okay.
Ah.
Sky Islands, which means, okay. Nope, you're not boring me.
Ah. Oh. Oh.
Try talking to Corey, she's a resident plant expert, okay. Cultivate plants for attached to the ruins. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Nope. You're not boring me at all, dude. The bigger the Sky Island, the bigger the settlements. Some cultural relic, okay.
Ah.
Not yet. Okay, but the place of terror can improve the balloon. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. This is like... I'm wondering if this is like a Coliseum or something. Like, was a Coliseum, obviously. Ooh. Thought I could... Oh, I can. There's gotta be a Korok up here, right? Wormadam. Gross. But good, but nice catch. But gross. Yeah. Knew it. I knew it. Okay, so... Was that all the ring ruins that I was supposed to check? Because I did this one over here. Wait, there's one there. Oh. Okay, I think I understand. So there's like one in each of these ruins. I think. Oh, here's a balloon. Try to get... Yeah, here's a balloon. Here's a rocket. Yeah, they're definitely trying to imply that we should be using these rockets here. Did I find the stone slabs in all of these, though? Oh, look! Oh, they wear the ones! Oh, so if I change to this one, she'll put it on. Oh, look at that! That's clever. That's interesting. Oh, here we go. Here's a dude.
Ah.
Stone slab.
Oh.
Okay.
Hmm.
Secret stones. Okay.
Ah.
Translation. Translation. Nice. Okay. So that one's done. So those two are done. Now, there's... I can't see anything. There's another one. Well, I saw two more for sure. I can't see. I can't see through the rain. so that's one there. There's one up there, so that's 2. Okay. So then there's one right there, that's 3. Okay, so let's just go to that one, because that's the only one I can see right now. Oh, this is the one I can't get into. He, like, won't let me. Yeah,
Oi!
see? He won't let me. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I understand, okay? Please leave me alone. Man, the rain is, like, impossible. Why, Link? Why did you just run off? Stick rock. Okay, I'm pretty sure I did this one already too. Yep. Wait, this one? Oh, Ark, thank you. A whole year.
Arkstar09 just resubscribed for 12 months. I came to do pro lurker things. Arks2 wave, Arks2 lurk.
Thank you so much, Ark. I can't believe it's been a whole year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your lurks. I appreciate it. Ready to honestly, like, it's crazy to me to think that. Like, it's actually crazy to think. Where's the rest of it? So there's that one up there. There's that one there that I can't get to. There's the big one. I'm actually a little confused. I'm not gonna lie. I wonder if one of the ones that I had, was what he was looking for. Or one of the ones I just did was one of the ones he was looking for. Look at it. Look at it. Whee! Amazing. Okay, there's lots of fans and some stabilizers. Okay, we don't really need any of that stuff. Alright, so let's go back to this guy here. I think it's this guy walking right here. Yeah, he's walking right here. And see if this is one of the ones he needed. Oh, I think he is. Okay. Yep. Look at all these slabs together. Don't they read like one message? Could the rest of the message be on the slab and they're floating? But why? Trying to figure this out is making my head hurt. Thank you for everything. Okay, you're welcome. Ooh, thundering waterfall is nice. Resistance to electricity. Oh, so I still don't end up getting up there. That's funny. Okay, what else do we have? Side quests. Ooh, whose claw do I have? I think I have Nadra's. Whose claw do I have? I have to sneeze. It's Nadra's. Okay, cool. Why I can't get there yet? Oh, it's probably something story-wise or something I haven't done yet. If I had to guess. Oh, that sneeze hurt. Oh, that sneeze hurt. Whew. Oh. It's story? Okay. Icy meat. Sorry guys, I have to take care of something. Okay, good. He already did it. Perfect. Perfect. So, the new thing that I know that you guys probably already saw earlier, the new thing is like graphic artists are coming into people's streams and like trying to solicit them to buy art. Whatever. But usually what happens is after like being told no, they like join your Discord and like try to like spam your stuff anyway because they refuse to take no for an answer. So Chris just messaged me to let me know that one of the graphic artists was in the Discord and he like wanted to mess with them and stuff, and I was like, oh my god. I'm so excited. I know you are. You have no idea? Great. Great. I'm so thrilled that you're gonna mess with them. Full force? Yeah, no, I know you are. I know you are. Where the heck is this? Oh, I started this one, didn't I? And it's hard. I'm sure they'll have more fun, yeah. I just don't understand it. Like, I don't understand it. Like, let's just say... Let's just pretend for a second. Let's pretend for a second that I'm interested and I... Oh, it's this. That's right. Let's pretend I'm interested, okay? And that I would like to potentially get some graphic design work done from this person. Let's just pretend, okay? Am I supposed to stop stream to conduct business with them? Like, am I supposed to, like, you know, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, am I supposed to just deal business with them, like, right there? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? Like, explain to me what your goal is here. You know? But it's, the worst part is, and I'm not like, ooh, that was just complete slip of my finger there. The worst part is like, and not to be mean, but like, it's usually very generic stuff. Like, I have yet to be approached by one of these artists. Approached by somebody, keep in mind, and been like, wow, their work is so good, and like, it's just, it's very basic, like, you know. Shit. I'm missing so many shots. Yeah, like the one the other night though that was like really pushy and was like, but I'm a professional, and I was like, I very highly doubt that by the way you're acting right now. I went and I looked at their, like, they followed me on Twitter, and it was like, do you guys remember Bitmojis, like on Snapchat? It was like somebody's Bitmoji with like a blue background and like some words. I feel like there has to be an easier way than this. Like, there has to, this is... And unfortunately, my armor is not upgraded, so I don't have freeze resist. So I can't climb on him. Sure. I want to, like, get up on his back, but literally every single time I've tried... Yeah, he does that, and then he gets his stuff back. Oh, shit. Yeah. That's like normally what I do for Taluses, but I just don't have, Yeah, see, that's not even working. That's literally not even working. I want to get air, but I won't. Hey, Frost! Speaking of Frost. Ooh, get up, get up, get up, get up. Alright, what do I have? What do I have? Get this guy. Ugh. Last hit. Come on, drop down. Got him. Getting his ass kicked. I feel tremendous disappointment. Gotta get good, Frost. You gotta get good. Alright, and then what do I have that I can fuse with this? Gloom sword, no. Oh, hiccups. Damn. I guess that. Look at the little heart. It's so cute. Alright, so now I pick this up and I go. Frost, how was your day? So how Darth Vader felt about the crappy aim of his stormtroopers. Lol. I am like hungry, guys. I don't know why I'm so hungry. Well, I do know why. It's my meds. My new meds are making me like hungry all the time. I'm gonna gain 1,000 pounds while I'm on these meds. To throw it on gloom weapons, since they do. I know, but they hurt me. But they hurt me. I almost put it on. I almost put it on the Demon King blade. Blessing. Bless you. Be something good. Sapphire. Lot of writing done, and you played some games with friends. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. What'd you play? Anything fun? Well, obviously, I hope you had fun, but what'd you play? Alright, so that should be, yep, that's 4, so now we can get probably 1 more stamina. State of Decay 2 and Escape from Tarkov. Nice. Pretty fun. Nice. Glad you had a good day. What'd you have to eat? Tell me what you had to eat. So I can live vicariously through you. Okay. Alright, side adventures. Okay, Hateno. Hateno. Creamy, melty mouthfeel and his unique pungent armor. Creamy, melty? So that's gonna be like butter and milk and pumpkin? Simple chicken nugget, regretting it. I feel sluggish. Ooh. Like, you feel sluggish because it wasn't good, or like it was too heavy? Okay, so let's go do some of this Hateno stuff here. What time is it? It's almost 11. I might actually... I might wrap it up just a little tiny bit early today, honestly. I've been live for, what, 4.5 hours? Yeah. Too heavy with the breading. Carbs is killing you. Ooh. Yeah, I get that. That's how I feel with mine. I had rice and beans, and I did not finish it 'cause it's very, very heavy. It's a good chunk of time. Yeah, that's what I'll say. And I think it was a good night. I would like to, oh. Oh. I would like to, finish this quest first, though. I would like to finish this quest first, and then we'll probably call. So maybe 10-15 minutes or so. We'll see. Let me see if there's anybody on, potentially, that I could get a raid, you know, start thinking of some raid peeps here. Okay, we have some options. We have some options of people, okay. What am I? This is the pumpkin quest, right? If I remember right. What do you say? Smell that damp soil. It's called petrichor, bro. I knew it'd work. Here you go. Shut up, take a look at this. Stream's been good. Well, I say stream's been good, but it really hasn't been very good. I've been very frustrated. I got stuck on quite a few puzzles today, and my brain is fried. Spring on the outside, melting on the inside. Okay. Couldn't have made it so that you said, why don't you be the first to have some? Thanks. I want cheese. Fuse attack power.
Yeah.
Okay. Great grandpa worked with the mayor. Okay. How could you reject cheese? It's so good. It's so good. Ugh, okay. Ugh. What customer is this? Okay. Are you gonna sell cheese? Are you gonna have like a little cheese stand? Look at it. The Nintendo cheese shop. Let's go. Fresh milk. Okay. Yes, I want some stuff. Yes. Things to sell. Oh, I've got a lot of these. I hate doing puzzles when I'm streaming or playing with people. Too much pressure. It's not necessarily that it's too much pressure, but it's just like one of those things where it's like you're just focusing on too much stuff. Like I'm trying to pay attention to chat, and I'm trying to pay attention to like what's going on, and it's just like there's just it's just a lot. Yes, I will give all the cheese. Thank you. Basically, I make it for you. Oh my god! There's pizza! Cheese pizza! We're making pizza right now! Wait, I want to make pizza right now! Do you have a cooking pot? Why don't you have a cooking pot? This is an emergency! I can't cook in this pot!
Ooh.
3 acorns? Yes. I forgot that this guy gives me milk and then I go inside and I get cheese. I have acorns.
Ooh.
I have more acorns.
Ooh.
I wish I could do this more than once. You know?
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay. Alright. Now. I have to cook. But it is raining. I have it in multitask? Yeah. Like, and it's fine. I've been streaming for a while. Like, it's fine. But sometimes, your brain is just mush. And I looked at a puzzle today for what felt like an hour. And and then, like, the solution, like, wasn't even, like, where I was. Like, the solution to the problem was, like, somewhere else. And so it was just, like, so frustrating. It was so frustrating. I need to cook. And I literally can't cook anywhere. Like, somebody has to have a cooking pot inside. Do you have a cooking pot? Can I use yours? Oh my god, can I pick these tomatoes? Like, they're just tomatoes, right? Oh. He got angry. Oh, egg. I know, I'm like, I need to cook. Do you have a cooking pot? I'm like coming in here, I'm like literally like waking up children, slamming doors and stuff. Look, here's another useless cooking pot. What about you? What about you? Do you have one? Hey, can I cook? Lame. Lame. Oh, look what we have here. Look what we have here.
Ha. Oh. Oh.
I'll take them all. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
These are not Endura carrots. Yeah, those Swift carrots. Okay. Tomatoes. You're gonna charge 16 rupees for some tomatoes.
Oh.
Tomatoes? That seems
Ha.
excessive. Always arrows. Always arrows. Okay. Oh, wait, what's this recipe? Salt. Oh, yeah, I know that one already. Alright, I want to make pizza. I need to make pizza! Oh, wait, here's cooking pots that are covered, right? Well, yeah, but, like, there's no fire here. I will fix this. I will make fire. Ah, look, it lit both. Alright, it is. It is. It is. Hold on. It is tomato. Wheat and cheese. Pisha! Okay, so now we go give Pisha to this man. This one. That's hilariously easy. Well, it took 500 years. 500 years to find a cooking pot that I could use in the rain. Bro, the door was open. Bro. The door is open. Like, how you gonna be like that? My dude over here doesn't know what an open door is. Dude over here doesn't know what an open door is. Ooh, that's a gold apple. I was lighting fires that quick. Fire pit life. Oh yeah, and it stopped raining, of course. Let me pull these out. Goodbye forever. Then we do this one. Goodbye forever. Okay. Choo-choo. Red choo-choo. I need... this one. Frog. Fish. Okay. So if we go here, we can literally appear in his house, which is even funnier. Like, dude, you should have just let me walk in the front door, because now it's gonna be real awkward because I'm about to go through your door. Like, you shoulda just let me chill, bro. Ooh, I need red choo-choo jelly to upgrade my, frost equipment, so that's actually great. Whee! This isn't where I'm supposed to go, is it? I don't remember where that goes. But this is where I'm supposed to be going. Like literally right here. Hello, sir! I arrive! I'm telling you, you should have just let me. But I have Pisha, sir! I'm confused. Okay. Creamy, melty mouthfeel and its unique, pungent aroma. Alright, let's go with this one first. Maybe she'll give us like the vegetable we need. Like maybe it's pizza, but it's like mushroom pizza or something. I don't know. Okay. Develop into a pumpkin. Okay. A lot of things make sense. Okay. Okay. Thank you for 10 tomatoes. What a pear. Okay. Read secret complete. Okay. So, pizza is not what this dude wants. Sniff, sniff. Yeah, I have pizza. I have pizza! Let me in! What? Is it not pizza? it something else? I'm actually, like, really at a loss now, because if it's not the pizza that she just taught me. Interesting. Alright, let's go in here. Oh, that is to, get the treasure chest out with. Wow, okay. Okay. These. It's not pizza, but you can't do anything with a million shit. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense, okay. But it's not pizza. It's definitely gotta be the cheese. Like, it has to have something to do with the cheese. Okay. So there's gotta be, like, a time that he's not in his shed. Like, it's gotta be, like, a time period. Like, afternoon or something, maybe. I have the idea, but not the direct. Okay, okay. So I feel like it's gonna be something to do with the cheese, for sure. But I'm wondering if it also is gonna have something to do with the pumpkin. You son of a... You son of a biche. Where are the sages right now? Where are my sages? That makes sense, Loz. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes all of the senses. This one's a long one. Like, this is a lot of connection here. Like, all of these wells that connect underneath is kind of crazy. Give. Something along that line. No, that makes sense. That makes sense, Les. That makes sense. Like, of course it's gonna tell me, like, when I can look to do the quest. That makes sense. That's sticky lizards are so hard. Oh, crap. You son of a bitch. Why? Why are you crouching? Oh. Fan Sage. Okay, so this is a loop. Okay, nice. Nice. Alright, I want to finish this quest. Oh, that was totally an accident, but okay. Okay. Where is he now? Accidental. I didn't mean to. I literally didn't mean to. I just was like, all right, I'm done down here.
Oh.
Oh, it's just cheese.
No.
Oh, it's just cheese.
No.
Oh, okay. Just cheese. Okay. Okay, nice. So that one's done. So was there another one connected to this one? Okay. So I have to do the rest of the mushrooms. All right. So that's actually that's good. That's a good start. All right. Let's find someone to raid. I think Yaga's still on. If Yaga is still on, we're probably gonna go over there. But let's make sure that she's still there. Whew. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Tomorrow we will be streaming a new game. We're gonna be doing Everdream Valley. But it will be a shorter stream. It will probably really only be like maybe 2 hours or so. It is going to be a sponsor stream. I was given the game key from the developer, so it is another sponsor stream. So we have to be like professional and fancy and all that stuff. But it probably won't be very long because Thursdays is technically my night off. But I wanted to get a little bit of this new game in. So tomorrow, short stream, bonus little short stream for this new game. And then Friday will be more Zelda in the afternoon. And then Forest with the crew in the evening. And then Saturday and Sunday, I will be doing a little mini tipathon to try to raise a little bit of money to kind of make up for what was stolen from me when my my Venmo account was hacked. So you'll be seeing a lot of me for the next couple days. But I have some planning to do for that. I have some ideas to do for that. But yeah, so little tiny short stream tomorrow, and then I will see you guys. I'll see you guys over the weekend and stuff. But yeah, thanks for hanging while I play some Zelda. And yeah, let's go say hi to Yaga. Everyone go say hi to Yaga. Give her lots of love. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for our little sponsorship stream. Bye. Stay safe. Make good choices. Bye.